Back at the Classic and Country, I'm joined by Bryce McKee with She Hoops Ohio. He helps us schedule the Classic of the games every single year here at the Classic of the Country, and also plenty of a long-time coaching background also, Bryce, for you. Bryce, for you, you've been a part of this Classic for so many years here. Just talking about just the fact that it's been in its 20th year and just what's allowed this to be so successful and into its 20th year like it is.
Yeah, it's been an amazing run here, and we're just super grateful to the community with all the volunteers and how excited they are to host the event every year. Dave and everybody here does a great job. Seeger's been an amazing AD for us as well, so that's been a really nice the last couple of years. I think, people just love coming here. We've built a reputation that, best teams in the state and area are going to come here and prepare, and I think as a former high school coach, you look at the state tournament as your end goal, but this is the other weekend everybody always circles on the calendar that they want to be down here. So I'm thrilled with the schedule. Saturday, we had a great lineup. Our margin was 4.25 for 8 games, so thrilled with that, and really excited about the rest of the day today and tomorrow.
You mentioned yesterday here with the margin, all the great games here down the while. You help schedule those games here. What kind of goes into that? Obviously, there's something to that, right, in terms of these matchups here. What kind of goes into matching up these teams?
Yeah, it's hard. I think sometimes we're just trying to forecast and look ahead at who's coming up and just kind of put different styles against each other, sometimes similar styles, but really just happy with, I think everybody that comes here competes at a high level and wants to win and is super competitive, and fortunately it's worked out pretty well.
Here with She Hoops Ohio, our scouting service here, part of the sponsor here of the event here at the Classic of the Country. Talk about She Hoops Ohio and what do you guys do?
Yeah, we're actually in our first year. It's gone really well. I have an amazing co-founder partner, Drew Flauding, that's with us, does all our social media stuff. But we do scouting service, individual events, team events, and really just trying to grow the game here in Ohio and make sure the players here get the attention that they deserve for all the work that they do, and create a platform where they can have opportunities to get to the next level and all that.
All right, Bryce, mentioned you coached for a lot of years also. Can you talk about some of your coaching background that comes along with that as well?
Yeah, I coached at Hathaway Brown. We played here all 3 years I was there, won a couple state championships, so it was a great run there. Coaching college for 5 years and now back on the AAU scene. So it's really fun. I get to watch a bunch of my players out here at the Classic, tomorrow a lot of them in particular. But there's no better place to be than this as far as competition, and just love seeing the kids do well and go out and have fun there.
I'll say, Bryce, where does that passion derive from, that coaching passion that you have here, especially coaching girls basketball like you do?
Yeah, I grew up here in Highland and grew up wanting to play for Coach Reese. He passed my freshman year, and grew up coming to his camps and just seeing the success that they had and the difference that he made in the community and kids' lives. And I just think the competitiveness of wanting to be the best and all that kind of stuff here at Highland basketball just is different. And growing up that way, I think, has had a huge impact on my life too.
Bryce, thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
All right, that's Bryce McKee here at the Classic in the Country. Back here at the Classic of the Country, I'm Matt Croy alongside Akila Sims. She's from a Western University. Do it again. Back here at the Classic of the Country, I'm joined by Akila Sims. She's in her first year as the assistant basketball coach at Western Michigan University, coming in with a record of 6-8 on the year, 2-2 in the MAC conference here. And Akila, first of all, first year for you at the Classic. I know you mentioned to me Western Michigan always has a presence here at the Classic every year, but what's your impression here at the Classic so far?
I've loved the experience so far. I think I'm experiencing and getting to see some great basketball today, so it's always a privilege and an honor to see young kids doing good at what they do best, which is basketball.
Absolutely. Now, for you, played college basketball, IUPUI, and originally from Fort Wayne, Indiana. What kind of stands out to you if you kind of think back to your playing days as a high school player and also playing at the collegiate level?
Yeah, so it was a great experience for me coming out of Fort Wayne. I went to Snyder High School, which is it's always been a great program, and then playing for Austin Parkinson at IUPUI was a great experience for me as well. Actually, I'm getting the opportunity to visit with a former teammate of mine who's coaching at Vermont, so I got to see her today. So always a privilege and honor to get to have experiences like that.
No question. Now, coming to an events like this, how valuable is that for somebody that's going out and recruiting to come into like a big events like this to see all this talent?
It's awesome. A lot of these kids are dynamic. They do a lot of different things, so it's a great opportunity for us to get to see that and get to pick and choose whatever we want. We know what we want and we know what we need, so it's a great opportunity for us to be able to grab some of these good players that you guys have here.
Well, based on that, what are some of the things that you do want and you do need? What are things maybe you're looking for when you're here watching those players?
Definitely high basketball IQ players. We want shooters always in the MAC. Every team in our conference can shoot, so we're always looking for players who can shoot. And then just grit, being a great teammate, having a great attitude, and just bringing whatever positivity you can to the program.
Now, for you being first year as assistant coach here for Western Michigan University, talk about maybe what kind of led you into eventually going into the coaching and being a college basketball coach.
Yeah, so all about, honestly, the non-basketball side of it. So the mental side of the game is kind of what pulled me in, just making sure that I can be a great influence for the girls that are coming in. Of course, I've been in their shoes before, so just helping and guiding them in things that they can do to help them improve and be great human beings moving forward.
Coaching at the D1 level here at the MAC Conference, what's the biggest difference do you see maybe versus maybe a talented player that maybe plays at maybe a smaller college versus maybe a major Division I college like that?
Definitely someone who can score at all three levels is something that we want to see, and then just consistency, and then that basketball IQ again is something that's very important playing at the Division I level.
All right, Akila, well, thanks for your time. Good luck here the rest of the year.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's Akila Sims, assistant basketball coach at Western Michigan University at the Classic in the Country.
Just wrapping up game 11. Roll again. Just wrapping up game 11 here from Classic in the Country. The first overtime game, it was a thriller. Toledo Notre Dame goes down to Hoover, the Hoover Vikings. And with me from Toledo Notre Dame, we have Dakota Smith, Janiyah Anderson, and Katie Bissell. And ladies, first of all, just talk about your time here at the Classic in the Country and maybe some of your favorite experiences here. Beyond the basketball, even the food you can talk about.
The noodles are good.
Yeah.
I like the activities during like halftime and stuff like that. Where we get to participate.
Honestly, I like how close it brings my team together.
Yeah, and so giving us a great game here now on the court. There's no losses here when you come to the Classic in the Country. You come here to play competition, as good as you are or better to get better. And talk about the game here a little bit today. You guys had a great matchup here this afternoon.
Yeah, it was hard struggling to score on offense, but then we picked up defensively, but it was just a struggle all around.
Yeah.
Yeah. We came out with energy, but just fell short.
Yeah. Comments?
Honestly, I think we did good. I feel like sometimes we need to settle down on offense and just play our game. I think we get rattled sometimes.
Yeah. And so games like this, what you're here for, you're going to get better, getting ready for that next part of the season, which is postseason, going into the tournament time. And so when you come here and play teams like a North Canton Hoover, do you see them during the regular season at all?
No, we'll see teams similar, but not really. So it helps us later on to game situations we'll have later in the tournament.
Yeah. And so you come here, you play teams that you've never seen before. Is that different for you? Is it a challenge to play against somebody? You really don't get to scout them too much. You don't have a game plan. You're kind of adjusting as the game goes on.
It is harder, but sometimes it may be easier because you just adjust on the fly, and then once you get it, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely easier. You just got to go out there and play your game. You don't have to worry about a home crowd cheering you on. You got your team and that's it.
Yeah. And to that point, this is probably as loud as it's been in the gym here today. Both you teams brought your own fan base, but there was a lot of fans into the game here and enjoying the contest as well. That has to bring you good energy.
Yeah. It does.
Absolutely. Any closing thoughts here you want to talk about your time at the Classic in the Country? No? How about getting a good-to-go order of those noodles to take back home with you? Yeah, that's all right there. You can do that down the lobby. Ladies, we appreciate you being here. Congratulations on making it to the Classic in the Country, and we hope to see you back here again.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for being here. It's day 2, Game 11, Classic in the Country, right here on WKLM. And following up here from Game 11, it's Day 2 Classic in the Country. We just had an overtime thriller between North Canton Hoover Vikings and Notre Dame. You guys got the overtime victory. First overtime game of the Classic. All the games here have been great. Talk a little bit about the energy on the floor during that ball game.
Yeah. I think that our bench really helped us because they were super hype. And, you know, I think we focused on our defense, which was good. I think that led us to win. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Your thoughts on the game here?
I think our defense really helped your energy.
Yeah.
And the bench really helped, like, you on the floor, like, just play well.
Yeah, I talked to the Toledo players here just before you, and, you know, the crowd here was really great. You guys both had your own fan base here, but the other fans in attendance here was getting into the game. How's that help you in a game like this, playing in front of a strange crowd, hearing all that crowd noise?
Yeah, it's definitely different from when we play anywhere else.
Yeah.
It's always a fun atmosphere to come here, so
Yeah.
it's really
And
fun.
so both of you have been here at the Classic in the Country before. How many times have you been here?
4.
This is 4 years in a row for you guys.
Yep.
Well, that speaks well of your program to come to play an event like this.
Right.
So when you come to an event like this, you know you're going to play some of the best of best. This is getting you ready to play at that next level, whether it be going to college or even going down the tournament trail this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely think it's a really good experience, you know, playing good teams like this. I think it proves to us that we can be good teams, and also, you know, it helps us in the long run in the tournament.
So talk about your plans here after high school. You're going to
Tiffin University.
Tiffin University, extend your basketball playing days, and you're going to
Ashland University to play lacrosse.
play lacrosse. So lacrosse is an interesting sport, physical, so you evidently don't shy away from the physicality of sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So here at the Classic in the Country, other than the basketball, what are some things that you enjoy about coming here that you're going to miss now?
The food is obviously really good. The noodles are really good. So.
That's a common answer for everybody, just so you know.
I enjoy, like, the energy from the crowd
Yeah.
and just, like, everyone just, like, getting hype.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, thanks for a great overtime thriller. Congratulations on your victory, and thanks again for being here at the Classic in the Country.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank
After
you.
Game 11 here, it's Day 2, Classic in the Country. You got WKLM on the FM. And back at the Classic of the Country, I am Mac Roy, joined by Highland Ladyhawks head basketball coach Brady Slayball. And Brady, for you, obviously you have your coaching hat on, but also your Classic of the Country hat on as well. What's your kind of role in all this that's going on here this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what I was working on was more of the leading up to the event, getting things ready, sponsors, making sure everything's taken care of on that front, and then kind of learning from Dad what the day-to-day is like, what it takes to run. But, you know, after 20 years, it kind of runs itself once you get the ball rolling. So kind of seeing all that happen, it has been good.
I know it's a well-oiled machine, Brady, but at the same token, there is a lot of work that goes into the preparing for this, planning for this every year. Can you kind of give us sort of a sense, I guess, of some of the preparation that it takes to get an event like this to put together like you do?
Yeah. So, I mean, right now the schedule is pretty much almost put together for next year already. So, I mean, that'll be finalized probably towards the end of the basketball season. We'll know what's happening there, and then entertainment team, that's obviously a big factor as well. I feel like because of the atmosphere that's created here, those people have to be good, and it's got to be the right people. So people love to kind of stay energized, half times, quarters, stuff like that. And what I've been really impressed with is all of like our local high school teams coming. I saw Dover, Newcomerstown, Tusky Valley, Worcester, and that just helps add to the great basketball in the area as well.
It really does. You mentioned the entertainment. I think that's what helps kind of separate this event. Yes, there's great basketball, no question about that. There's other events out there with good basketball too, but nobody has the entertainment that you guys have here. Talk about that and just getting that entertainment value that is connected so much to this classic event.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlike anything that you see anywhere else, unless you go to an NBA game or something like that, and you got the dances and stuff like that. But it's really about creating that atmosphere. And like I said, I work with a lot of the sponsors for this event, and so getting them to have prizes, stuff to throw out, candy, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes when you go to AAU tournaments in the summer, it can be long days, boring days, and we've got long days here, 8 games, 7 games in a day. That can drag on if you don't have that atmosphere.
You mentioned the basketball here, getting that schedule ahead of time, a year in advance, that type of thing here, but this really has become an event that teams want to be at, right? You see some of these top teams in the state every single year that are here, and they want to be here this weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and I think as our local teams have started to get a lot better, you're looking at teams like Smithville to come next year. I'm sure Waynedale will be back. So having those, especially that first day, to kind of bring good crowds of good people around has been good. And then with the college coaches, they all come to see the elite level talent from around the state. So with talking with different coaches around the state, Bryce obviously is really good at putting that stuff together. So like today and Monday are the unbelievable talent that is going to be here is going to be off the charts.
I'll say not just the teams, but the talent certainly a big part of that. And how about the college coaches? All these college coaches that come from D1 level to the smaller schools, they seem to want to be here too as well to watch this action.
Yeah, I mean, most of the coaches I talk to, this is their favorite event of the year. Better than going to an AAU tournament where they got to eat hot dogs all day. We feed them Amish food up here, and we make sure that they're taken care of. So, it's exciting. You got Ohio State, Purdue, Maryland, like big time schools like that, and then you got the Division III schools that sit here all day and work super hard. So you get to see a little bit of everything.
You mentioned local here. West Holmes back in this tournament for first time in several years. Won their game the other night. Nice to have that other part of the county here, a part of this classic again.
Yeah, I mean that atmosphere last night with West Holmes having all their fans here and us after. That was an atmosphere that you don't get during a season. You get that in a regional district final, stuff like that. So for our kids to have to go through that last night, and a little bit of nerves, a little bit of it's loud in here. So for us to go through that was awesome.
Certainly is. Now, a lot of great games, obviously, this year, once again, as we always expect, but also the crowds seem to be great as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been super happy with today's. Like I said, you got teams that come, but then also people that just love basketball. And so they get to sit here all day, watch some unbelievable games. Mason, Olmsted Falls coming up next, 2 of the top 3 teams probably in Division I, and then tomorrow with Purcell, Marion, and Laurel. I mean, that's 2 of the best players in the country.
All right, Brady. Well, thanks for your time.
Appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for all you do.
All right, thanks for your time, and appreciate the rest of the time of the Classic. That's the voice of Highland head coach Brady Snable here at the Classic in the Country. And back at the Classic in the Country, I'm Matt Croy, joined by Tori Moreland. She's in her first year as an assistant basketball coach at Walsh University, the Cavaliers, and she's here at the Classic in the Country. And Tori, you mentioned you've been to the Classic in the past here. What keeps bringing you back to this event?
The amazing atmosphere, the high-level talent. The Classic is just, it's an awesome experience that you can only get here in Berlin, Ohio.
You know, coaching at Walsh University, I know you mentioned you played college basketball at Pitt Johnstown here. I think a lot of people maybe haven't played there or been there, don't realize just how high-level basketball it is at that level, Walsh University. When talking to recruits, how much do you talk about in terms of just kind of preparing them for that high-level basketball, whether it's D1 or at that level at Walsh University as well?
Yeah, it's an extremely high level of competition, especially in our conference in the GMAC. Every game is extremely competitive and a high-level talent. So, and we get that when we come here and watch at the Classic in the Country. We see those high-level competitors.
High-level competitors. Now, what is some of the characteristics maybe you're looking for in a basketball player?
Yeah, so we're looking for athleticism, the ability to shoot the ball and get to the rim. Being a good teammate, passer, all of those capabilities that come with that.
Certainly, obviously, looking for that. Now, for you, from a recruiting standpoint here, being at Walsh, what are some areas you get to recruiting-wise besides this?
Oh, we get to, we'll go down to Run for the Roses, or there's a couple tournaments in Indy that we'll get to, really all over. So there's not really one specific area we hit, but the surrounding areas all over.
You mentioned you played at Pitt Johnstown, so obviously play college basketball yourself. What kind of goes through maybe a young person here playing high school basketball, knowing that they want to play at the college level? Can you kind of take us through kind of what is going through some of their mindset going out there playing? They want to play well, they want to show off well for the coaches, but also you want to do the best for your team too. What's kind of going through some of these players' minds, do you think?
Yeah, so they're probably just taking it one day at a time. That was always my process, one day at a time, getting through one game, looking at your competition and seeing what you need to do in order to be successful on the floor. Sometimes we think about too much about the big picture, but it's just the little things every single day.
How much of it also, everybody wants to have a player that can score the basketball here, but what are some things you're looking for on top of that when it comes to just being a team player? Sometimes the players may kind of get wrapped up, well, I got to score so many points, but it's not always about that, right?
Yeah, a lot of the things that I look at, especially is when they come off the floor, their coach is giving them criticism or talking with them. Do they look them in the eye? Do they acknowledge what they say? How are they cheering on the bench when they are out? Those little things I think are very important to bringing the strong culture that you want in your program.
I'll see, especially the college level, how much does that leadership come into play? How important is that, I guess?
Oh, it's extremely important. Great teams are from their great leaders, so I think that's, especially at the college level, it's very important.
Now, you're looking for good players, but also successful programs. Does that kind of tie into your recruiting at all, knowing that you want to get a player that plays in a successful program? Does it tie into it?
Yeah, having the experience of winning and knowing what it takes to win is very important. If you have that, then that can go a long way, especially applying at the next level.
All right, so as far as Walsh is concerned, talking about the season so far, how things have been going so far for Walsh.
Yeah, we're a new staff. We just got hired in August, but things are going well. We just are coming off a 2-0 sweep over Malone, and we're going to keep that rolling into the rest of the conference play. So we're 4-5 so far right now in the conference, but we're going to keep that going.
Tori, for you, coaching at Walsh now, can you give us some of your other coaching background? What kind of led you eventually to get to Walsh now?
Yeah, so I played at Pitt Johnstown for 4 years, and then I was a graduate assistant at Detroit Mercy for 2 years. After finishing that up, I got my MBA, and I went to Pitt Johnstown. I was their assistant coach for a year before coming to Walsh.
All right, that sounds good. Well, enjoy your time for the rest of the Classic.
Thank you very much.
That's Tori Moreland, assistant basketball coach at Walsh University here at the Classic in the Country.
All right. It's day 2 here at Classic in the Country, and I have with me from Siena Heights College up in Michigan, an AI school. I have Naisha Lowe and her son with her here today. Yes, this is a family event here at Classic in the Country. Naisha, you say this is your first time here at the event.
Yep.
So before we get into the good stuff, tell me what you think of this event here so far.
I think it's awesome. Since I got into recruiting full time, I've heard great things about it, and I just couldn't wait to get out, honestly, to see what's going on.
Yeah. So you told me you were a player at Siena Heights College, and you rolled right into your coaching career. Talk a little bit about your playing days there, and obviously the program meant something to you. You decided to stay there and continue coaching and recruiting.
Absolutely. It actually did a lot of wonders for my life. After I graduated, I went on to play semi-pro. I've been coaching for 13 years.
Yeah.
The coach is also the athletic director, and she asked me to come back and be a full-time assistant, and it just did so many good things for me that I just couldn't turn it down. So
absolutely. So now for the last 6 years, you've been a full-time recruiter at Siena Heights, and so when you come to an event like this at the Classic in the Country, you know you're going to come see some of the best talent there is around.
Absolutely.
What kind of players are you looking for? What do you look for when you're recruiting that next level player?
When we're recruiting, we look for kids, and it sounds crazy, but we recruit families. We recruit good kids that come from good backgrounds, good grades, someone that's going to fit into our system and come in and help us out. So.
Well, that's awesome. And again, the family atmosphere, you brought your son along with you. Young man, what do you think of this experience here today? You having a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good food here. Have you got to experience any of that yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking a little bit off air. Everybody talks about the chicken noodles, and I know you haven't had any yet, but you've got to get some of the chicken and noodles before you leave here.
All right.
Yeah. So as you come here to the Classic in the Country, you have kids here you're probably looking at. Do you have any commits here that you can that's coming your direction?
We don't have any here this weekend. There are a few kids that we've been talking to that are here this weekend. So we weren't able to get out yesterday because we had a game of our own. So today and tomorrow I'll be here checking those kids out, and hopefully I can get some kids signed.
So the quality of basketball we're seeing today, we talked off camera a little bit. A lot of low-scoring games, but you're seeing teams playing great defense here.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think for any coach in recruiting, you're looking for kids that probably know how to play defense very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I want guards that can play both sides of the ball, step one. So as long as, anybody can score when they're open, but what can you do on the other end?
So, I'll give you a chance here. Go ahead and plug your program. Talk about your coach a little bit. So, the coach that you played for, you're now coaching under. Been there 19 years, you're telling me?
Yep, 19 years. She's also the athletic director. I came in the second year she was there. She's did great for the program. She's turned it around. A couple years ago, got the school history for most wins, and she's just doing great things. 5 trips to the national tournament. So she's really came in. She's turned the program around, and I just wanted to be a part of it. I want my son to be able to experience that, so it's been really good for us.
Well, and you're talking about the experience of being close to that culture. That does something for that next generation coming up.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you being here again. Naisha Lowe from Siena Heights in Michigan, the NAIA school. Great place to be. If I had a child looking for a place to go, I would definitely tell them to come see you.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. Enjoyed meeting you both, and thanks for being at the Classic in the Country. We'll let you go back and watch some great basketball. You can hear the crowd in the background.
Yeah,
it's a fun time. Enjoy your time here.
Thanks for having us.
All right. It's day 2 here at Classic in the Country, right here on WKLM.
And back at the Classic of the Country, I am Matt Croy. I'm joined by Tierra Floyd, and she is the assistant basketball coach at Central State University. In her second year as an assistant basketball coach at Central State, she's at this year's Classic of the Country. And Tierra, thanks for joining me here. You were telling me before that you were a high school basketball player at Toledo Notre Dame and played here at the Classic of the Country.
Yes.
What are some of the memories you have from playing here at the Classic?
I always remember the first thing is the noodles here. They're good from the Amish
Yeah.
country, but just playing in a great atmosphere that normally we don't get to play in, and playing against good competition, so it was good.
No question. Now, Toledo Notre Dame, obviously a long basketball tradition there. Talk about what makes them so good year in, year out for their program.
I think just at Toledo Notre Dame, just the coaching, the family atmosphere, and just being around people that love basketball. So they just have a good tradition of doing really well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Toledo Notre Dame obviously good every year, but there's so many high school programs in Toledo that are so good. And
Yes.
talking about that, there seems to be a lot of talent, high school basketball talent over in Toledo.
Yes, Toledo is a great place to look when you're looking for good basketball. Toledo Start has good people, Toledo Rogers. It's all good, really, when you're out there. So
I would think so. Now, just playing in this atmosphere here, when you're a player here, what's that like compared to other venues when you remember playing for yourself high school basketball in this classic environment?
I think the atmosphere is just like there's a lot of people, and maybe even if they're not watching your game, they're still going to be watching to see what's going on. So I think it adds a little bit of pressure, and it kind of makes it feel like that Final Four atmosphere. So I think it gives you a chance early in the season to get used to that.
You played in the MAC there for Division I for Xavier. What was that like, a chance to play at that high level basketball, playing for Xavier at the collegiate level?
It was good. I think playing at venues like this will definitely prepare you for that. Playing there, again, high-level basketball, playing around people that love basketball, and then having teammates that have played in this event together, too, and against them. So I think it was cool to play at Xavier.
Obviously, you're going into the coaching profession. Is that something you always kind of saw yourself doing? Now, what led you kind of go in that direction after your high school or in college days?
I think I got hurt a couple times, so it kind of curtailed my collegiate career. So I had a good trajectory of going pro, and then I hurt my knees a couple times, and I realized I had a high basketball IQ, and I was like, let me try coaching, and I actually really like it.
Now, obviously, you're somebody that's really tall here, so you kind of think about the look, especially because of the bigger kids there, those post players type of things when you're out there kind of scouting? Are you scouting?
I think for recruiting wise, we're just trying to look for the pieces that fit with our team the best. So if they're tall and we need them, we'll take them. If they're short and they need them, we'll take them too.
But I think about that, how basketball's evolved here, men and women. Watching the girls play out there, there's so many women that may be considered centers maybe, but they can handle the ball like a guard and shoot the ball like a guard. How much have you seen that evolve here in high school basketball over the years?
I think in high school basketball, like people playing multiple positions has definitely evolved. Even when I was playing, I played the 1 through 5. So I think just if you're a taller player and you can handle the basketball, that just gives you an edge over other taller players that can't do it.
No question. Now, Central State so far, can you talk about the season, how things have gone so far for the team?
We're in a rebuilding year right now. So last year, we came off of a kind of bad season. We were 5-19 last year. We only won about 2 games in our conference. Right now, we're sitting at about 6-4 in our conference. So we're just trying to build off of that.
We're taking that step in the right direction for sure. Now, what are some other areas you get to when it comes to recruiting here besides coming to this part of Ohio?
I think just trying to look at different parts of Ohio. Toledo is a good place to start, but I think also just looking at transfers, JUCO transfers, that's a big thing right now too, and the transfer portal is crazy, so just looking in there as well.
I would say so. Well, Tierra, thanks for your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Appreciate that. That's Tierra Floyd. She's an assistant basketball coach at Central State University at this year's Classic in the Country. And back at the Classic of the Country, I am Matt Roy. I'm joined by two players from West Claremont who defeated Magnificent here at the Classic of the Country on day 2, 39-31. And Sadie Hicks alongside me. She had 12 points and 16 rebounds. And also her teammate in Layla Hale, she had 10 points and also four rebounds for Layla Hale also in that contest for West Claremont. And first of all, Sadie, talking about that game, obviously a close game, you guys able to pull it out. Talk about how that game kind of played out for you guys. What allowed you to get that win?
I feel like our defense really helped us out on that. We talked more. And I started off flat, but towards the second half, I came together with my team, and it was really just us talking on defense and working as a team on defense. So I feel like our defense really held us in the game and helped us pull out the win.
Defense certainly was huge, and I mentioned for you the 12 points, 16 rebounds, monster game on the boards here. How much pride do you take on in getting those rebounds here for your team?
If I'm not scoring offensively, I always make sure that I'm doing something defensively and getting the rebounds for my team, because I've always been like a player to get the rebounds. And during the first half, shots weren't falling. I was shooting mid-range. Those weren't going in, so I knew that I had to get boards. And then the second half, my shots started going in, and then my rebounds stayed the same, so yeah.
We'll see how much of the rebounding is desire versus just being in the right position to get those boards. How much of that is desire to get that rebounds or versus being in the right position?
It's desire and being in the right position, because I'm like strong, so like I just go for the ball. I honestly, it's just natural with the rebounding for me. I've always been a rebounder, so yeah.
That's always a good thing. Now also Layla Hale alongside me, 10 points and 4 rebounds, including knocking down 2 3-pointers in that game here. Talk about knocking down that 3 here and hitting some of those big shots for your team.
Well, I normally each game do really good shooting, and I just knew that I was open, so I'm just going to take the shots, what I normally do, and they normally fall, so yeah.
And that was a game where points were kind of at a premium. When you talked about defense here, kind of a low-scoring game, so those shots were certainly big.
Yeah.
Hitting those threes here. How much of that is just kind of being available, getting that right spot, being open here to be able to take those shots?
Well, we have a lot of plays, so that allow me to get open, and that also really helps. And my teammates set good screens, so yeah, it makes me more available to get the shot off. So
that all makes it work. Now, for you, just get a chance to play in this environment here at the Classic. What was that like for you out there?
My older sisters used to play here, so I've always wanted to play here and kind of see what it's like. Really big crowd, a lot of coaches, so I knew there were a lot of eyes on me, so yeah.
And what about that, Sadie, the fact that you get to play in this environment, also knowing there's a lot of coaches out there from the collegiate level playing here, do you think about that when you go in there, knowing that a lot of coaches are out there kind of scouting you as well?
Once the ball gets on the floor, I don't really think about it, I just think about playing. Yeah, I don't really think about the coaches like that, I just play and make sure that we pull out the win.
Is there aspirations? Would you like to play at the college level? Is that kind of something a goal for you coming down the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal. And how much of that work do you put in the off season here that allows you to be such a good basketball player?
I work out after practice and then on the weekends too, so I work out a lot. Sometimes I work out with her dad and Layla, and then I have another trainer in Cincinnati, and I work out with our coach too, so yeah.
All right, now, Layla, just for you, you mentioned before you were a freshman here, what was it like this year playing the high school level for the first time, playing with this group?
It was very nerve-wracking coming into the season, but I knew that I'm just going to do what I do, and I've been successful so far, and I'm continuing to be successful. But I love the environment, and I love my players and my upperclassmen, so they encourage me a lot and make me feel confident.
That's terrific. Now, Sadie, just looking at this team here, with you being a junior here, second half of the year, what's the biggest things you think needs to happen for you guys to be able to accomplish your goals as a team this second half of the year? What do you have to do?
Just be more. Our offense need to get better, finish shots, just feel join as a team, continue playing as a team, continue keeping our defense up. Offensively, we'll get better, and I just feel like we'll have a better second half of the year. Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
All right, that's Sadie Hicks, Layla Hale from West Claremont, who defeated Magnificent 39-31 at the Classic in the Country.
I wasn't like that nervous, but this I'm like, oh my god.
At the 2023 Classic in the Country, I'm Jake Seidel. I'm joined by Abby Russell and Jackie Onanwar, just coming off a tough game, and your second game here at the Classic in the Country. And how hard is it coming out and playing another tough team like that a day after really having a big win yesterday?
You want to start? Sure. I mean, like the week before this, we had like another hard game and another hard game yesterday, and then today. I mean, we were definitely tired, and it was hard, but we came out, we had a shoot around before the game, we knew what we had to work on, and I think we were really focused. We had a 3-minute part in the game where we just, I don't know, didn't do it. I mean, we played well, just like had a little lull, and then, I don't know, just hard to come back from that sometimes, but overall I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, I would say the week before this we had a tough week. Couple tough games, but our coach prepares us for this exact moment. And I had fun playing this game. This game was definitely like a tourney game, so it prepared us, and we just got to figure out what to do better.
And Jackie, you had two fantastic games. You were really, at one point, the offense for your team yesterday and today. What can you tell us about just how much hard work you're putting in to get this team to where they are?
I would say I'm constantly looking to get my teammates open rather than myself. I'm more of a pass-first type of point guard, especially with Abby right here. We do a pick and roll. She's always open there. And yeah, I'm looking to kick it out for a three if I'm driving hard and I can't have a shot.
And Abby, you finished with 11 points in this game, and it's all around a team effort when you guys can come out and play a team that close like you did for 3 quarters.
Yeah. What are they? They're ranked in state, right? Yeah. I would say that was a tough game for sure. I think we held our own. We could have did better, but for the most part, we definitely held our own, and we got things to do.
So, how you spoke a little bit about this, but how does playing in a tournament like this or in a classic like this prepare you? It's hard to say this. We're only a few weeks from the tournament draw already, and it seems like the season just started. So how does talent like this playing against that help you guys prepare?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is one of the toughest teams. I mean, it gives us the hardest competition defensively and offensively. Shows us different matchups and, like, different things to do. And also just the environment, playing in, like, a big gym like this with a bunch of people. Like, that's what we see every night for the tournament. So, just all around, it's a good, like, preparation. So.
What's been your favorite part of the Classic so far?
We went to Der Dutchman for breakfast one day. It was pretty good, so that was fun. But here, just honestly playing here, I mean, it's really fun. Like the music, the competitions at halftime, all the people. It's just fun to play in an environment like that. So
I would say the noodles.
Yeah.
Those noodles are
the
good.
noodles are fantastic. Well, thank you both for your time, and congratulations on a very well-played Classic in the Country this year.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We have more updates to come from the 2023 Classic here on WKLM.
And back here at the Classic and Country, I'm Matt Croy. I'm joined by Dan. Also this time around, he has collegiate girls basketball report that he runs, and he's at the Classic and Country every single year. And Dan, we were just kind of talking here that you've been here coming to this really just about every year here at the Classic.
I think I missed the first year, but after that, it's been every year since that, including last year's snowstorm.
Including the snowstorm. You still made it through the snowstorm. That's impressive. Now, for you, I know you've seen this so many years here, a great event. How does this compare maybe some other events that you get to scouting-wise over in the country?
Well, there's some other events that are larger in scale. There's some events that may have a few other players that might be a little bit better overall. But for the most part, when you come down to the organizational element, the neatness of how this thing is run, there's no second. There's nobody else. They really do a great job here.
Makes it a lot of fun, that's for sure. Now, just this year, kind of watching the talent this weekend here, what's some of the talent that maybe stands out to you watching these girls teams play for this weekend?
Well, some of these girls I've obviously already seen. Madison Parrish, who's been playing here today, hasn't really played up to her expectations thus far, but still nonetheless one of the better players in this event and in the state, and in the country for that matter. Sienna Hicks, who played recently here today, is a move-in from North Carolina, of whom I'd seen play before, but is a rebounding machine for a versatile two-guard three-player in the country. I don't know if there's a guard in her position that out-rebounds her better than, she really gets after the ball off the glass. And then there's these girls that are out there that are from small-town Ohio that can really play, that find their niche and find their home in small little Division IIIs and NAIs, that make a mark for themselves. They've done really well. So that's what this tournament's all about. Or this, I guess, Classic is all about. There is some upper echelon players every year over the long haul, but then there's a lot of those under the radar kids that do just as well, that find their niche, find their home as to where they're going to be for the next 4 years of their life.
Well, kind of based upon that, Dan, you've been doing this for a long time. A lot of college coaches that kind of watch for you and your evaluation. How do you kind of evaluate these players right now? You're kind of evaluating over the weekend like this.
Yeah, you have to obviously pay attention and watch the game. But it's all about productivity. It's all about competitiveness. There's little things that I look for. Size, speed, ability to handle the ball. How active they are around the rim, how active they are in passing lanes. What do they do, in tight games, down to the nitty gritty? What do they do, and how do they react? Little things like that are important in the overall evaluation of a prospect.
When it comes to collegiate girls basketball report, how much that dynamic has you kind of talking back and forth with coaches? Kind of that dynamic with your service versus maybe how the coaches kind of interact with that?
Well, I try to spell it out for them as best I can within my database of names, but they always reach out to me because I travel an amazing amount every year. So I'm throughout the entire United States, not only watching high school girls, but middle school, junior college. I get to Europe a little bit in August, so it's a never-ending battle for me. It's perpetual. But they always seem to reach out and ask me about where I've been as of late, and anybody that may have, stepped up, played well, etc., just to kind of find out where they stand with that player.
Obviously, this is your profession, Dan, but also there has to be a passion to do that when you're doing all this traveling here. What kind of got you into doing this and develop this passion to cover high school sports like this?
Well, previously an 18-year college basketball coach on the men's and women's side. So I had the basketball IQ, knowledge, coaching ability, recruiting sense, etc. And I was brought up to work hard. That's about it.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's a good thing. Now, just off the top of your head, can you think about what's the top players you've seen in the country so far this year?
Oh, wow. Some of the better players that I've seen, I guess the top point guard in the class of 24. I've seen Jelani Cambridge. She's from Tennessee. There's just a ton of good players everywhere, and you just keep finding them. But Jelani's like at another level in her ability to play at the point guard position. She'll make an impact on the Power 5 scene.
How has girls basketball kind of evolved over the years, Dan? Have you seen that really improve here over the course of the years?
Oh, yeah. It's become more and more athletic. The speed is picked up. The explosion of women's athletics overall in the last 10 years or more has really gone crazy, really. And so there's girls all over the country in younger age groups that are just continuing to pick up into the women's game and make it better and better. We just need to continue to support it, and it'll continue to grow.
Absolutely. Now, girls basketball in the state of Ohio, does that measure up very well nationally, do you think?
Oh, yeah. I know the late Tom Jenkins would always do a poll on the number of prospects that signed Division I scholarships in the state, and it was like an all-time high of, like, back in 2005 maybe, of 147 or something like that. But it's declined a little bit over the years. But I think it's become more spread out, too. But still, Ohio is among I would say, the top 5-6 states in the country that produce really good women's basketball talent. Some of those other states, Georgia, Texas, California, these Midwestern states like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania, it just continues to grow and grow and grow. And really, I guess there could be an argument for any state in the United States of America that just has a really high quality number of players. Population based, obviously, of course, but
sure.
There's a real demand in the state of Ohio, and you get good coaching at the younger levels, and that really propels them to do well as they continue to move on into their collegiate careers. So you got to take your hat off to some of these coaches in the middle school and high school settings in the state, because they're passionate about the game and the development of each player. And so I think that's really helpful.
Very important. Now, after this, any other big events that you have or you're going to be covering here the rest of the year?
Honestly, I go every week.
Sure.
So I'll leave here and I'll go out west again and then come back east and be in New York, and then, it's just a never-ending thing for me.
All over. All right. Well, Dan, thanks for stopping by.
Appreciate you having me. Thank you.
That's Dan Olson with Collegiate Girls Basketball Report here at this year's Classic in the Country. And back here at the Classic of the Country, I am Mac Roy. I'm joined by a couple players for the Mason Comets who got a victory over Olmsted Falls here at the Classic of the Country, 50-34 in that game. Carly Prowse alongside me, and she had 11 points. And, of course, she's an Ashland commit. And also Madison Parrish had 13 points in 4 rebounds. And first of all, Carly alongside me here. And Carly, talk about how that game, what allowed you guys to go out and get that win.
Honestly, especially towards the end, it came down to defense. We scouted this team pretty well, and we kind of learned what we needed to do on defense. So that and stops, and I'd say also in transition, just getting those easy buckets, getting up in the passing lane. It's stuff we work on in practice that just translates to the game for us.
All right, and of course, Madison Parrish alongside me as well. And Madison, what makes this team a special team, do you think? Here, what allows this team to be as successful as they are?
What really just brings us together is just sticking by each other's side and making sure we're staying poised and calm, listening to our coach for instructions, and also just staying together as one unit on the court.
Now, last year coming up just short, of course, that terrific overtime game, the state championship. How much is that motivation for you guys kind of coming into this year?
It really motivates us because we know what it's like to go that far into the tournament, and it takes a lot as a team and just a Mason community also. So we just all have to, like I said, stay together and just make that run.
You mentioned, Carly, the disappointment from last year, also a terrific season here. How does that fuel your team going into the offseason, also kind of getting ready for this year, knowing that you want to make that long run again?
Yeah, I think just when we're in practice, we always have that mindset, like we went there last year, we can do it again. And of course, with the help of our coaches, they always are on us, through the good and the bad, and having their support always is always a good push for us.
For you guys, get a chance to play in events like this. What does it mean to you get a chance to play here in an event like this, Classic of the Country?
Yeah, I think knowing the story behind the Classic of the Country and how you get invited to these things, it's really a privilege. And getting to play teams like this, it's we love to take advantage of this opportunity.
Ask you the same thing, Madison. What does it mean to you to get a chance to play in an event like this?
It's a great opportunity, and especially going this late into the year, getting ready for that long tournament run. You play great competition up here, and it's just a fun experience as a team.
Now, Carly, a senior, of course, Ashland University commit. We know how great they are. #1 in the country right now. 18-0, what a program they are. Well, what led to your decision to be able to commit to a team and a program like that?
Honestly, Division II wasn't my first option. But when I went there and learned about the school, met the coaches, I just knew it was a perfect fit. And I think what sold me was the team aspect. I got to meet some of the girls, and obviously with such a successful program like that, it's hard to say no, but the coaches really had me when I met them.
That's terrific. Now, for you, Madison, look at the second half of the year for the team. What's going to take for this team, do you think, to kind of put it together here and try to make a deep run again?
It's going to take a lot. It'll take a lot of scouting, I'll tell you that. But just really listening to our coaches on the little things that we can work on, like those defensive stops that they're late in the game where we all just have to buckle down and stay as a unit, and just sort of executing plays and taking care of the ball and making smart choices.
Curly, Madison talked about the scouting there, and it's not just you guys are talented, but it's not just that, right? It's kind of the mental side of things. How much does that mental side of it kind of come into play here when you're out there playing?
It takes a huge role in our pregame, and so mentally we try to just stay together. Before in the locker room, we're always talking to each other. It's a huge part of it because we know that we can't just go into any game not being mentally prepared.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that's Carly Prowse, Ashland University commit, along with the Madison Parish as well. A part of the winning Comets today from the Class of the Country, defeating Olmsted Falls 50-34. Reporting from the Class of the Country, I am Mac Roy.
too.
Back at the 2023 Classic in the Country, Jake Seidel here alongside Danielle Cameron and Paige Kohler of Olmsted Falls. And guys, you had a very hard basketball game today, but against a very good team in Mason High School.
Yeah, for sure. I think we competed, but I think there's just obviously a couple little things that they just kind of let us down in that game, but just things to work on in practice, keep getting better at.
I agree. We are just going to go back to practice and keep working on what we did wrong in this game and try to get better on that for later in the season.
And a game like this against a very good opponent, one of the top teams in the state in Mason, how does that prepare you for the rest of your regular season and tournaments right around the corner?
I think we can just learn from it, and just like in the future, we're obviously going to keep playing these competitive teams. So I think just looking at the film, breaking down what we can do better for the future, and just it'll help us in playoffs and in the long run.
Paige, you finished with 8 points. Danielle with 11. When it's hard to come by some of those points, it seems like everyone kind of struggles. But what did you guys do to kind of try to stay positive and keep you guys with a chance of getting back into it?
Whenever we're having a rough time scoring, we always try to keep telling each other to keep shooting, like the next one's in. And I feel like that, at least for me, it helps my confidence and like just having my teams trust me and having trust in my teammates. It's like really helpful.
Yeah, I think just staying confident, the confidence from your teammates, and then having confidence in yourself, like, I don't know, just leads to making those shots down the stretch.
What's been your favorite part of the Classic in the Country so far?
I love the atmosphere, just all the people here. There's a big crowd, but it's just awesome to play in front of a bunch of people that I don't even know, but that just love to watch girls basketball.
I agree with that. We never get this big of crowds, and it's really cool to play in front of this many people.
Well, thanks for your time, and congratulations on a hard-fought game today.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. More updates to come from the 2023 Classic in the Country here on WKLM. We've wrapped up Game 14 here from Classic in the Country, Day 2, as the Toledo Start Spartans have knocked off Massillon Jackson by a score of 58-27. And sitting here with me now, I have Sanaya Douglas, Kamara Sylvester, and Talia Garrison. And ladies, first of all, outstanding basketball game. You guys play a really fast pace of defense. Just talk about your preparation for games like this.
Okay, preparation for games like this, we went into like a 3-day preparation, going over everything they had, sets, and kept getting contestants told, play hard, do the little things, and we'll be pretty good hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And your thoughts on this game here today?
The game wasn't perfect, but in the end we pulled it out and we won. We stuck together. There was a little ups and downs, but in the end we won.
Yeah, absolutely. And your thoughts on the game real quickly today?
I think we came out and we swung first. I think our defense surely led into our offense, which in the second half I think we came out even harder in defense.
Yeah.
We got more into our sets, executed, so I think that's why we pushed out the game.
Well, I got to tell you, I called this game on the radio. I was really impressed with the way you guys played defense. Very smothering type of defense. So, first question I'm going to ask you is, did you know this Massillon Jackson team? Have you played them before?
We haven't played them before.
So what's it like for you guys coming to an event like this, playing on a big stage, and you're going to go play against teams that you've never seen before? What's your mindset going into a game like this?
I think our mindset is we always tell each other, like, if we do what we're supposed to do, no team can beat us, whether we played them before, whether they're out of our area. If we do what we're supposed to do, we can take down anybody.
And if we do the little things, we going to eventually end up winning.
Yeah,
and come out and hit them first. Right.
Yeah. So you've been in the Classic in the Country before. You two have played here before. This is your first time as a player. What's your impressions of playing here for the first time?
It's a big environment. The crowd's really loud. Sometimes you can't really hear your coaches. But I thought it was a good opportunity,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when you're playing here in the Classic of the Country, you know your program is doing well. And you guys have played in this event before. What's this like for you guys to be able to come back to the Classic in the Country?
This year it's a lot more people. The crowd is super full. At first it was nerves, but then once we got going, I feel like we did good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like it was also really nice. Last year we only had one game and we ended up losing, a game that we thought we should have won. But I think it feels nice to come back here and then get a win.
Well, absolutely. And, you take a look at a stage like this, you've got a lot of college scouts and a lot of college coaches here. Does that motivate you to want to play there at a little higher level?
Yes,
definitely.
And I think this is a great opportunity for all of us, honestly, because, the three of us, we want to play at a higher level.
Absolutely. What I saw today, I think you have a really good opportunity to do that. So here comes the big question. Your time here at Classic in the Country. Give me your most favorite thing that you've come to know here at Classic in the Country.
The noodles.
Noodles.
I like their pies. They homemade pies.
The fry pies.
The ice cream and the noodles. Yes.
So I'll tell you, you've answered that right on cue. Everybody said they love the noodles when they come here. So, when you come here and play great basketball and get good food like this, it doesn't get any better than that. Ladies, congratulations on your victory here today. We thank you for being at Classic in the Country. Good luck in the rest of your season moving forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's Day 2, Game 14 of Classic in the Country is in the books. That's right here on WKLM. And we have with us now from the Maxwell Jackson Bears in this Game 14 Classic in the Country, Lauren Pilata and Madison Lepley here with us now. And guys, hard-fought game against a really good Toledo Start team. And for both of you, this is your first time participating in a game here at Classic in the Country. What do you think of the environment here as you step on a floor on a stage like this? What was it like to you, Lauren?
It's definitely an environment never really been in before. Fun atmosphere, a lot of people here, not just from the two schools competing, but from all around the area, coaches. It's a great exposure event. It's just a really great atmosphere to play in.
Madison, you're a freshman coming into a big stage like this. What was it like for you out there today?
Very loud. I've never played this kind of environment before. Very cool, though. Like, it's just very cool.
Well, I will tell you, not to understate anything for a freshman, but as a freshman, I thought you handled yourself very well on the floor today. You played a team that played just smothering defense out there, and I thought you handled that very well today. And Lauren, you know what? You've been here before. You didn't get to play. You were injured the last time your team was here. But for you to step on the floor on the stage like this, tell me about your experience here so far.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I mean, we came in a little short-handed. We're dealing with some injuries right now on the team, and we knew that we had to adjust to it with what we had. And I think Maddie did a great job today, stepping up as a freshman, really handling the great pressure that team brought. And she did a great job with the ball. I think everybody played their role well. We just, we couldn't really execute, and that happens, but we'll grow from it, and hopefully.
Well, Lauren, you played really hard out there today as well.
You.
You ran the floor, took some deep shots when you need to, rebounded well. So great effort by both of you there today. And, another thing when you look around the gym, a lot of college scouts here today. So what's it like for you to step on the floor and know that you're getting exposure like that?
Oh, me? Yeah. Crazy. Like, I've never been, like, in a gym with tons of college coaches, and it was just very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great experience. I'm already committed, but just being able to expose myself to some other schools, and just it's an added bonus. It's a bonus when there's other schools in here and other colleges watching that I might be playing against them in the future. So it's definitely a fun experience, and it really adds to the momentum.
So you made your commitment, all right. Share with our listeners where you're headed to play basketball.
Yeah, Dayton.
The University of Dayton.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to get a good one in there, and you. So as we go through this and you look at the whole environment here, give me your favorite thing about this event so far here.
I'm gonna have to say the food. The fry pie specifically, I remember that being a favorite every time I come here. Yeah. Got to get one. And I know my AU coach, Rich Harland, over there, he loves the noodles, and I think he told me about them one time and had them, and I'm going to go get them after this.
There you go. Have you had the noodles yet,
No, not yet.
Well, you want to make sure you get some of those. If you got to experience any of the other food here yet today,
I will.
You will. Yeah, we talked to Rich here yesterday about his program, and, playing with him, it's had to be a big benefit for you.
Yes, it definitely has. He has been great. Great coach. I've stuck with him all through high school, obviously with my injuries, and I do play spring sports, so I haven't always been able to commit to the AU program all year round, but he has been very helpful with that, and obviously helped me get recruited by Dayton, which has been amazing.
Well, that's great. Well, ladies, we appreciate your time. Congratulations on being here at Classic in the Country, a hard-fought basketball game. I'll let you get off here, go get some of that good food, enjoy your experience here at the Classic in the Country.
Thank you.
Very good. And that is from Maxwell Jackson. That is Lauren Pilata and Madison Lepley here after wrapping up Game 14 from Classic in the Country here with WKLM.